Yes. Oh, yay! Got a visitor already. How you doing? How you doing? Time to share to everyone who might decide to come hang out with me. Let's see here. Oh, it didn't save it? Or other people can work on it while I'm or maybe I need to sign in first. What? What? Little sassy kitty's giving me looks. There she is. I guess they can continue working on it if I'm not there. Interesting. Hello! We are here for a surprise. And the first surprise I got was my kitty cat came to visit. Meow meow. Oh, just trying to get at what I made for dinner. But she can't have it. You can't have it. So let's see here. What picture should we do today? Gotta host a new one. Gotta host a new one. I wish I could create basically upload my own picture. Yep, still trying to figure out what picture we want to kick off today. For people who are randomly popping in and out, thank you for popping in and out to Surprise Me Sunday. This is the second stream of all time, and I tried. I know that the description of this is pretty long, but I wanted to try and give everybody an idea as to what we're trying to do today. So, anyway, as always, it is still Ask Mama Lynn Anything. So, if there's any questions, concerns, or things that you'd like to discuss or hear a random stranger's opinion on, I am here for you, and you can just let me know. But the whole thought process behind Surprise Me is I'm looking for some challenge. Bring some challenging questions my way. Kitty cat, she's kitty cat. I made up a song for my kitty cat. She thinks I'm a weirdo, but she likes to watch me dance. Don't you? Hey, hey, hey. I'm gonna chew your tail. Not really, obviously. So, I don't know, like this one looks like it could be. This will be fairly easy to do, but also challenging. Um, we're going to do what we did the other day. We're going to set the puzzle to public. Hopefully, we won't have a bunch of weird comments coming in the in-game chat. But at the end of the day, what we're really focusing on is that engagement and that conversation. So let's kick it off. So, hello to those who are jumping on, peeking in. Welcome to Sunday night. It's a little bit late in the evening, but based on the stream we had the other day, it seemed that we had a little bit more interested engagement towards the later evening. So, I thought I would angle a little bit later. Plus, I made dinner, and like I spent the entire day doing delivery, and then I came home and I made dinner, and I was going to be on stream while I was cooking dinner, but what ended up happening was I started watching updates on YouTube. Um, I for the longest time in my life was not a particularly political person. When like the first inkling that I got about like any kind of politics was way back in 2007 when Barack Obama was originally having his first speeches when he was first running for president. I, up until that point in my life, had never voted at all. And um, to give an idea on that, I'm old enough to have, I could have voted for Clinton if I had thought about it or, had compelled myself to go do that. So that's how old I am, and that's how long it took for me to feel like there was even any point to me showing up and trying to cast a vote. And part of the reason why it felt pointless is because of where I live and, um, that whole narrative of, you know, your vote doesn't matter because your state usually votes a certain way was something I grew up with my whole life. And unfortunately, I still, like, I mean, I don't mind living here generally, but I do live, I actually live in Nebraska, District 2, which, if you've been following coverage at all this presidential election season, you may have heard it referenced once or twice about the fact that Nebraska District 2 went to Biden. And so that means that in our state, we had 3 electoral votes go Republican and 1 go Democrat, which is only the second time in the majority of the state's history that that has ever occurred. And the last time that happened was the first time that Barack Obama ran for president. So, it's been interesting. Anyway, I forget what I was really talking about that for. Um, well, I know I was like giving reason why we started as late as we did, and it really comes down to like after doing delivery all day, I wanted to catch up on news stories and stuff. Like sometimes I listen to it while I'm driving around, but I do very much more prefer to uh, do what I call car dancing and listen to music and stuff while I'm going from person's house to house. But anyway, uh, so I was catching up on my political news, and next thing I know, it is an hour past the time that I was originally planning on logging in and starting the stream. So, I guess we'll have to figure out over time if there's a really good time for me to schedule these things. I really do want to kind of schedule them, but then also be generally here, then not here, here, then not here. So, the whole thought process behind that being that just because I'm looking at the evening doesn't mean that everyone who could benefit from the conversation is able to show up at the same time. So, um, as things grow and people are interested, um, if people are interested, we'll figure out times where I can be hanging out here for general U.S. viewership, and then I can also have things that are targeted to an international crowd. Anyway, it's a little rambly. Um, those of you who are popping in and out, um, the conversation gets way more interesting when we have people show up who want to be part of the conversation, who want to start things and ask questions. And now I'm distracted because my cat is I think she found something that I was looking for earlier. Did you find it? You did. Good job. I forgot to take the microphone off. I forgot to mute it, is what I'm trying to say. It's going to be the bane of my existence. Everybody's going to hate me because I'll continue to do that. Anyway, um, as I was just saying though, conversation gets way more interesting when there's somebody else in the conversation. But for the time being, I'm just gonna just keep talking, I guess. Maybe it's like free association therapy. It's like, you know, why not, right? So let's see here. Wonder if anybody has joined my game. Nobody's joined my game. I don't know, like, sad panda. So let's see, what can I talk about? I guess since it surprised me Sunday, maybe I can just sit here and talk about things that I was surprised by. Um, oh, somebody decided I wasn't giving her enough attention. Again. Are you here to say hi? Hey, hey, hey. Beep, 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 beep. Timber's back. Kitty cat. It's kind of funny when you think about it because she lets me hold her in these really weird ways and she acts like they're comfortable for her. But when I try to hold her in ways that I would think were more comfortable, she gets all squirmy. I think she just likes having the attention though. Are you going to sit on my lap? You just going to sit there? Don't give me that look. She's either feeling sassy or she's tired. Anyway, when we're talking about surprise, no, you don't need to be on the desk. Um, so, like I was saying before, I was doing delivery today, which is what I've been doing to make some money, you know. And like when I guess like now I want to go back and just tell stories. Um, so I work for a couple of different services, and those services, um, they do provide things. I just screwed something up on my screen. Um, Ultimately, like the services that I'm working for are, fairly well known services. They are things that people um, partake of, I guess. So, um, one of them is pretty well known, but they're relatively new to our area. And, you know, to be real, like, I'm not sure about what the rules are in regards to mentioning things like that on stream. Um, but if I find out that I can share specific information uh, about the people that I run deliveries for and who I partner with as a courier, um, I'll be happy to share discount codes or whatever. But anyway, for now, I'm just keeping it generic. So, um, the fact that I live in Nebraska District 2 means that I'm kind of subject to an interesting mix of conversations and opinions when it comes to politics. And you just have these experiences with people. It is not the most queer friendly place to be. It definitely has a strong concentration of conservative people, if not Republican. And so for someone like me, it can be a bit of a questionable place to uh, even try to have conversations because I consider myself a liberal social progressive. And that means, like, basically most of the things that I am interested in politically are not very popular in certain groups. But, like, the thing about living here in District 2 is that when we flipped Biden, a lot of us were super excited. A lot of us were super proud, very proud of being part of the national conversation. But there's also this sense of unease. And one of the things that I've kind of discovered through doing delivery is that depending on where you live in the city, it's really affecting how people are behaving in response to the election. The reason why I say that is, like I went to this, I tend to go to only a couple of specific grocery stores, like chain wise. And I went to, I want to say, four different locations of a specific grocery store chain today. And depending on where those stores were situated within the city, the behavior of the people in the stores were very different. And it seemed to be very reflective, or it seemed to reflect very much so what, like, the community and the neighborhood around it, what their general political opinion would have been. Was significantly interesting in one of the last runs that I did because I had picked up a delivery where I would be gathering groceries at a high end, all natural organics grocery store and then, delivering it to a person that didn't happen to live in the neighborhood. Like they were one of those people who said that they're willing to pay the cost having um, of having this kind of snooty grocery stuff get carried over to their house. So anyway, while I'm at this high-end organics grocery store, I have to ask questions of, like, the produce clerk because they have a tendency of running out of things and labeling things a little bit weird or, having weird quantities or whatever. And so we were chatting, and I just made a comment about what I had been witnessing all day, where, different stores had different levels of urgency, different levels of uh, people concentration, that kind of thing. And one of the things that I say to people when we're talking about that kind of stuff is kind of like a joke. And it's been a joke that I've been tossing around here and there since all this COVID stuff began. And that is to say that if I go into a grocery store right now and it is back to back people and it is super busy and they're just like, one of the locations I went to today, I kept having to kept running into a specific lady who was clearly an anti-mask person, but because of the way that people are socially here in Nebraska. Um, she wasn't going to walk around defiant. I've never seen anybody in person fight over having to wear a mask. We do have a city mandate, and so in theory, you have to wear the mask. Um, well, anyway, this lady that I kept running into, she had a mask because she had to be in the store, but anytime she wasn't near a clerk, she was pulling it down. At the same time, like her apparent granddaughter was wearing a mask, like a cloth mask, like a real proper one, and it made me kind of curious as to like why would you insist that your child or somebody that you were taking care of wear a mask, but you yourself aren't doing that. But anyway, I'm watching this lady pull her mask off and on, and she's clearly like I notice. Oh, she's putting it on when a clerk is nearby and can see her. She's very well aware of it. She is intentionally trying to like do what we used to do when we were kids. Like when I was a kid, I used to try to read by the light at the crack of the door, and of course then I'd have to like try and hide my book before like anybody came to check on me. Like always have to be kind of hyper aware on the side. And that's how this lady was acting. She's like 65 years old and she's acting like a defiant kid over this. But at the same time, she's in this grocery store, and that particular location was literally back to back people. And at first, I thought, like, people are so disrespectful and they don't understand. And Omaha is full of increasing cases, and this, a pretty terrible situation is brewing here right now. So the thought process that I had was trying to kind of decide if people were just, I don't know, it's like the decision, like why this weekend? Why now? Why after, we've been doing this for 10 months, but the last time that I saw this kind of concentration of people at the store and the kind of like rudeness and urgency and the blank shelves of things was back in March when, people were still ordering their groceries and you had to keep telling them like there's literally nothing except for elbow macaroni on the shelf. So um so anyway, getting back to like what I was actually angling at is I asked the produce clerk if I joke around about the fact that somebody must have made an announcement that we were going to go down and back into lockdown or something. And that would be the reason why people are out here buying every single box of spaghetti. And another like really weird like quarantine food that I've noticed people get a lot is stuff to make tacos. It's like lots of tortillas, shredded cheese, beef, chicken, beans. Um, I was joking around about it though. I don't really think that somebody locally or whatever had made some kind of announcement to say like, "Hey, we're gonna lock things down." But the store I was at when we were talking about this is on the higher or like where you would consider a more densely Republican section of the city to be. And he said something to me that I was like surprised by, but I hadn't really conceptualized for myself. And that was, he told me his own anecdote about his girlfriend. And he said that his girlfriend had told him, had let him know that everyone was well aware of the fact that Biden was going to make us all lock ourselves in our houses and was going to shut down the entire country. And so people were freaking out and buying up all these groceries and stuff, um, because they thought Biden was going to lock down the country. And I try to be as nice as possible in my reaction, but I'm like, even if he had said that, which is not the case, he has not stated that he would lock down the entire country, just absolutely without question. He didn't say, like, if I become president, I hope you like your basement or anything like that. Um, he, what he did say was, um, that his goal would be to immediately have a conference with people who know more about it than him and say, what do you think we should do? So he clearly made it, like, I thought the statement was pretty clear to say, like, he's going to do what the experts recommend. And if the experts recommend a 2 week shutdown, like they did back in March, like we could have done back in March and completely changed the trajectory of this, I'm okay with that. But it doesn't mean that we should be emptying store shelves right now. Like, I think that's the weirdest thing for me, is that whether he said it or not can be a mode of interpretation, and I don't really feel like it's a worthwhile argument to get into unless a person is insisting that I change my behavior because of what they believe about it. But the idea, like, the absurdity of it to me comes from the fact that if this reaction is because Biden might shut down the country for 2 weeks, like, why would you buy absolutely all of this stuff now? Because he might be president elect. He might be confirmed officially by all of the states. That might happen by the end of the month, and woohoo, great, awesome. I don't want to follow a tangerine. But he still doesn't actually assume the presidency until January. So why would you? I mean, if it's going to be so bad that we as a community need to obliterate the food stores, um, all I can say to that is my biggest concern is not making sure I have enough spaghetti for 5 weeks. My concern is that we would be talking about that at all. So I'd really be interested to kind of canvass everybody to see, like, why are you participating in this? Like, what is the end goal or the inspiration for it? Um, because if it is about, worrying about Biden's lockdown, they're being premature. The other thing that I've heard people talk about is a concern that um, when everything is truly official and they, stamp it, sign of approval, there's no turning back and no courts are going to, step in to an intervention process or anything like that, that then there's the concern of, like, civil war and stuff. And again, if we're going to have some kind of riotous wartime in the country as a response to an election, my biggest concern is not making sure I have enough spaghetti. Um, it just seems like there's better ways of using your time and your resources, and what are you gonna do when like, I don't know, like, because, like, I keep flashing back on, like, different movies that I've seen, and for a while there, it seemed like I was kind of experiencing it in isolation because nobody was talking about it. Nobody's talking about the way that we are afraid right now, right? So when I'm sitting there in my house thinking, I can't even imagine that this is reality. Like if I'm watching the news, it feels like I'm watching a movie. Like I feel like I'm consuming entertainment because the only examples I've ever had or any experiences that I've ever had with this kind of subject matter are through the TV, they're through movies, they're through books, they're through these entertainment stories that at this point are maybe the reason why they were so compelling for me to enjoy from an entertainment perspective is because they tapped into what would be our natural human condition. And it's just now our decorum and our, social structure and stuff is breaking down to a point where the lies that we tell ourselves to deny that part of our human animal instinct are breaking down. So we're all seeing it. But because we all also grew up with these social expectations and the way that our communities tell us we're supposed to behave and believe and all of that, a lot of the people in our general communities haven't been talking about the experience they're having with their anxiety and their fear. There's a lot of people who are thinking, nobody else can see what I see right now, and it's terrifying. And it really got so bad for me. And then I started really kind of digging in and trying to find some semblance of, a community or a home or whatever you want to call it online. And that's when I started finding other people who had been brave enough to start expressing those things out loud in a public facing way. And ever since then, it's been like, okay, well, maybe this is something that I want to be open about as well. Like, open about a lot of different things, but this specifically was something that I thought was the development or the creation of my own like paranoid brain and not necessarily something that a general consensus of people would be experiencing at the same time. But I think as we're becoming more honest and we're expressing more of these things out loud to each other and realizing just how many of us are having the same experiences or the same feelings and emotions, I think that's really connecting us more within the community itself. So it's an interesting contrast to witness when you're going around and doing things like the grocery shopping, because the people who are emptying shelves and, talking about being locked down by a president that's not our president yet, and, really being anticipatory and anxious about it, they aren't in that same communal vein. They're like on the opposite end, which is fairly typical when you think about it. Like, usually with those kinds of fearful notions and, existential crises kind of things, you have people who are open and willing to embrace it. And then you have the people who want to live in complete denial. So I think the people who are focusing um, on things like the threat of, a Biden lockdown or whatever are the people who fit into the denial category. And it's kind of sad, but I also got to the point at maybe halfway through the Trump presidency that no matter whether or not I knew that a person was wrong with what they're doing, and I'm sorry I hit the microphone. uh, whether or not I agreed with what a person was saying was irrelevant. Um, yeah. Anyway, so I guess the long-winded um, purpose of talking about all of that is like talking about the surprise of finding out that there are people who are already, you know, developing their bug out kits and stuff for the lockdown under Biden that I'm pretty sure isn't going to happen. And in the meantime, making it impossible for me to get a single box of spaghetti for a customer. Like I went to, I want to say 3 or 4 of the stores I went to today were sold out of pasta. It was just weird to me. Anyway, so I guess the question now becomes, do we got anybody wanting to chat, hang out? We'll just pop over here. That's too dark. I got a song stuck in my head again just now. My drink is gonna run out soon. And then I'm gonna have to go get another one. And that is an exciting story. I know. Oh my goodness. The thing I think would be most funny about this is people who are not familiar with what we're ultimately shooting for in doing this particular stream, or this series or whatever. Um, just like popping in to see me dorking around with a jigsaw puzzle and, you know, arguably not being particularly impressive while doing so. Part of that is just being distracted, and then Also, um, it's a little laggy, especially as that person just stole the puzzle piece right out of my little click hand. But anyway, um, it's a little laggy. It drags a little bit, so it's hard to be real speedy. Um, so yeah, this is the first platform that I chose to use, but I've got a couple of other options um, that I plan to potentially use over time. I'm basically trying to flesh out which one has the best um, platform and stability for doing communal puzzles with y'all while we have conversations. Um, I just got a message. Let's see. Is it one that I can read out loud? Just my brother telling me he's really tired and he's sick. So, that sucks. I do miss having the option to socialize. The number of instances where, I've ultimately had somebody go, uh, when it's safe to do so, like, let's do this. I'm like, by the time we all kind of figure out what that means and figure out when it's actually going to be safe, everybody's going to forget that we said we were going to hang out or we were going to do something. Because that's like the story of my life. Which is another reason why I decided to do this with you all. Because my thought process being there there has to be other people who want to be part of I don't know, a new wave, a new community, a new focus, something different than this onslaught of bullshit that we live with all the time. At the very least, like, I know that there's got to be other people who would simply be comforted by the fact that there's another person looking at this confusing bullshit. One of these days I will understand. I'm getting to a point in my life where I'm too old for certain kinds of slang. So I really want to know, for example, like they are changing their name to what they've changed it to in the game, and I really want to know what it means, but I'm afraid that it means something that I don't want to say. So there's that. Kitty cat. Look who it is. Who it be? Are you coming up? Where'd you go? Come here. Come here. Come here. I stole her. She's mine now. She's mine now. Are you sleepy? You look sleepy. Oh, yes, you're very sleepy. You're my kitty cat. Are you mad at me? I always think she's mad at me. Because I do insist that she keep me company sometimes. And um, I like her very much. And I know she generally likes me too. But I probably annoy the crap out of her when she's tired. I'm telling him that he should get some eucalyptus to steam in the shower because he's saying he's having a sinus problem. Kitty cat, kitty cat, kitty cat. You don't have to stand up just 'cause it gave you some scritches. I have my legs crossed and she just fell into the middle where there's no legs. Kitty cat. I hope that as some of you come and peep in and all of that good stuff, that somebody will eventually find it interesting enough to engage in the conversation. I know that you don't know me from anybody else, but I feel like you can ask me quite a few of life's questions. I'm not scared of them, um, but it also results in you having some really interesting answers. What is. Hmm. I'm trying to figure out if, like, oh, I know this is super interesting, but essentially, if. Geesh. Like, it's like a fat old piece of cat with a bunch of hair in it. Anyway, hi. Welcome to the stream. This is me. I'm waiting for uh, your participation. The more you are here and interested and available and taking part, the better. I don't know. Maybe we need to give you a bath. I think I found something that was really bugging her. Hi, Song. It's good to see you again. My cat, her name is Timber. Timber, Grandma Cat. Yes. How are you doing today, Song? You know, I guess that kind of comes down to like what you're trying to get out of the experience. I'm actually super allergic to cats, but we got to a point where, we decided to kind of bring emotional support animal into the house. And I happened to have a personal connection uh, tip me off to this cat, and we went and adopted her from the like basically it's a long story, but essentially my brother told me that one of his friends was trying to rehome a cat that had been owned by his wife who had recently passed away. So we adopted the cat from. That was attractive. Anyway, we adopted her from an elderly gentleman, and I originally wanted a younger cat, but we when we met her, we found out she was way older than they told us she was, and I had a bit of a problem with that. But ultimately, we took her home with us because she deserved a much better living experience than she was getting. But anyway, I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. I've just been sitting here talking about uh, what it's like to live where I live from like a political perspective. Um, Basically, like that was one of my surprises of the day or whatever is this sense of um, recognizing that depending on where I was doing delivery within the city, that would change the political experience I was having. Yeah, I think from animals are kind of an interesting dynamic when it comes to companionship. I think I kind of have like this almost like this weird jealousy that comes through sometimes, or like I don't know how you put it, but like we got her because it was kind of like a compromise where I wanted to get a dog for my emotional support animal. My partner wanted to get a cat. Um, I allowed for us to get a cat to take that spot. Um, she's the first pet that I've ever had that was like that. Like otherwise, it's just been fish. So, um, so I was really nervous about it. Uh, but then when we brought her home and we were all hanging out and stuff, I really, really wanted her to attach herself to me. Like, I wanted to be her favorite human. And I had to work on it a little bit because, of course, there's more than one human living in this house. And, she has a right to decide that she wants to be pet by somebody else. So I had I had to work on that a little bit. Um, but I am very lucky that she attached to me very early on. It seems like it was just a couple of days into her living with us where she was um, looking to fall asleep in my lap at night. And nowadays, like if I fall asleep on the couch, I typically wake up to her like laying down right next to my head or something. So that's always been really nice. Um, so the companionship part of it is definitely a plus. I'm still like learning about what like how this stuff shows up here on YouTube so like I can monitor the health of my stream or whatever. And I keep thinking that a specific number that they show is representative of how many people are currently watching, which is not the case. Nope. I think cats tend to be a mixture of like being a total asshole and um, being extremely loyal too. My experience has been if you don't like I have a pretty good track record with animals of pretty much any sort and like a person even with like with Timber, the guy that we adopted her from like expressed concern about my wanting her as an emotional support animal, and he talked about her being low on a social level, like she wasn't very um, prone to being affectionate and things like that. That their experience with her had been that she would cuddle up at nighttime, but otherwise would go and do her own thing and just uh, not really bother with you at all. Um, and after we got her to our house, though, after she settled in, like I remember just feeling so proud of her because like there was no period of time in which we had to worry. I think a lot of people worry for the first couple of days because it's really common for like a cat to stop eating and for them to, you know, be shy about using the litter box and stuff like that. Um, so people tend to worry about it quite a bit when they move a cat into their house because, if a cat stops drinking what little water they do drink, um, things can get bad really quickly. And I was so proud of her because she came in and she hid under the couch a fair amount, but she found her litter box by herself, and I don't have problems with her doing things that um, really strike me as too concerning. Um, we're trying to transition her food, which is the hardest, like the most concerning thing, but she wasn't really eating something that was appropriate for a cat her age. So, yeah, like I do think that people tend to think that cats are mean. Um, I think probably because one of the ways that they express themselves or say like stop doing that is to do, to hiss and to claw, and those things are way more aggressive even when you compare it to like a bark, because a dog can bark and usually scare a legitimate number of people away from them, or reaffirm their physical stature in such a way that makes it so that they don't have to bite and they don't have to do other aggressive things. But a cat tends to be pretty vulnerable. And then there's of course theories that circle around like cats being on, you know
I don't know if I 100% agree with this, but there are people who theorize that cats are autistic or they fall onto a certain kind of neurodivergent um, scale themselves, which, if that was the case and then we extrapolated from that, that they experience similar variations with their comfort levels, experiences, and, um, you know, physical needs and stuff like that as we see in human beings who are on spectrum, then you can also say, okay, well, if we conclude that they are on spectrum and they have the same experiences or similar experiences, that would actually explain things like there's there's sensitivity to temperature, sensitivity to sound, uh, a somewhat antisocial leaning inherently. Like I think cats are very much like that naturally. Like they are naturally kind of antisocial except for their special people, which you see in people like in human beings that are on spectrum as well. So, like when you're looking at human beings on spectrum, there tends to be a development of relationships that are, you know, pretty socially distant with the majority of the population, even if you're fascinated with them, like there's not an emotional connection. But for those people that you have created an emotional connection, the connection is extremely intense, it's very important, and it tends to last for years, even if they're not talking to those people anymore. I think, like, when we start talking about things like, neurodivergence, while I agree that there's like uh, impacts and things that we need to recognize about the life experience. Like, I feel like the more that we learn about this and the more honest we are about the experiences we're actually having, the more we're figuring out that the population experiences a lot of these things on a similar level, just at different intensities. And so, like, the concept of a spectrum makes sense, but I feel like the more we learn, like what we're seeing with the trend is like when this first was kind of delineated and stated as being something that existed, it was basically, a way to recognize people who were fully disabled by it. And then over time, we've kind of said, well, actually, you don't have to be completely non functional within society to also be living with, this alternate way of perception. Um, so, the varying degrees of disability, and so now I kind of think of it more like we're not evaluating necessarily whether or not a person exists on that spectrum. Like, it's essentially the spectrum is similar to the queer spectrum in the sense that the vast majority of the population are going to fall into the gray area between the two extremes. And you see that a lot with people who are, trying to figure out their own anxiety or whatever, or, people who acknowledge that they have, certain sensory sensitivities and things like that. Um, so it's more like a spectrum of like I don't want to say function because function is such a negatively uh, defined word within that conversation at this point. But I mean, it really is that way. Like, how intense is your experience, and how does that intensity ultimately make it difficult for you to navigate without assistance? In the meantime, Somebody's back for more. I think lions are gorgeous. Like, and not even necessarily like because, oh, I look at you and you are pretty to me. It's more gorgeous in a, I, I don't know, like I like seeing them play. I like to watch them use their paws, and I like the facial structure, I guess. I don't know. It's just you and me, just hanging out. Oh, I guess we'll see how this works out. Yeah, majestic is definitely uh, a word that could probably be applied to that. It's definitely one of the things that is difficult about the human, not human, the English language is kind, you know, with other languages, there's been kind of an acknowledgement that we need to have diversity of language to identify experiences in their nuance. Well, I don't know if I should talk about that because I asked you guys to guess who I voted for the other day, and you said Kanye. So I'm not sure if I should take the question of how do I feel about the presidency seriously, even though I actually was talking about that earlier when there really was nobody here in the void. I'm happy to talk about it again, though, if you have specific questions that you want to uh, explore. But um, the the quick summary of it. One of the things I was talking about earlier, for example, is that I actually live in Nebraska District 2. And if you have watched any of the coverage regarding the presidency and the election results, you would have heard a fair number of conversations going on that included references to Nebraska District 2. Um, so that alone was something that made it super intriguing for me because uh, growing up here, the kind of attitude, um, the opinion about whether or not it mattered to vote here is like we were definitely in that category of areas where people said, well, it really doesn't matter what you vote for because at the end of the day, those votes are going Republican, so like nothing's going to change. Um, but we also are one of the only two states that don't do a majority goes to one, like the majority rule goes to one candidate. Like we split by district. And so I was pretty proud that we had split the districts. In regards to Biden himself, I'm not his biggest fan. but I experienced an extensive amount of relief when his win was acknowledged. So I guess you could say that I am happy with the result. Um, I'm just cautious about being overly celebratory. One, because I feel like being overly celebratory here does run a risk of having people beat me up. Um, but then two, I I identify myself as a humanist and I identify myself as a liberal social progressive. So from the perspective of, do I think that we're going to get to where we need to be under a Biden presidency? Absolutely not. But I I do think that I will be able to sleep easier. I actually campaigned for Bernie. Like I had been uh, listening to him for many years, and up until the point of right before he ran for presidency, he was making a regular appearance on a talk show that I was listening to quite often, and he did a segment called Brunch with Bernie on Fridays. And it was just a segment in which they opened up the phone lines and basically anybody who wanted to could call in, ask questions, and get some insight to what was going on in Congress. And that's how I knew him. Um, and the whole time, there would be people who call in and say, "Can you please run for president, Bernie? Please run for president." And he always said that he would not be running for president because he was an independent and he did not want people to waste their money. Like he didn't want to like have a bunch of donations come into his camp when he knew that there was no legitimate way that he'd be able to win. Like he just didn't want people to do that. Um, so I actually got super excited when he announced running for president because at that point I felt like it was an acknowledgement that the analysis of the situation was such that the country was moving in a direction in which there was a legitimate reason to believe that he could win. I think it's unfortunate that the DNC did what it did. Um, I think that the dude deserved his shot, but at the same time, you definitely can identify that his concern isn't about the clout. Like he has a genuine concern for the future. So like even if you don't agree with his approach to policy, I think you would be hard pressed to make a legitimate argument that what he's doing is intentionally detrimental to the country. So that's one of the reasons why I feel okay with Biden because I have a similar feeling from him. I may not agree with his policies, but I don't believe he has a specific intention to be detrimental to the country. Hi, Vansh. I'm new to the channel too, so is Song. This is actually the second stream ever. So um, we're just kind of figuring out what it actually is going to look like. But it's essentially just, you know, conversational. I feel very fortunate that Song has made the decision to visit me a second time. I feel very honored because frankly, like I that first night, like I sat here by myself for a while. I agree. Like I do think that there are still some kind of mixed feelings in like Eastern Europe. especially based around like the responses that I'm seeing from areas like Poland. But at the end of the day, I think that there was definitely a global sense uh, of fear that was generating from it. And it seemed like, I don't know, other people could definitely disagree. Um, but I feel like people who live in the United States think that, like, we're simply just like I was talking earlier about, like, watching all of this stuff happen here is like watching a TV show for me. And uh, I sometimes have to reality check myself to say, no, like, this is real. Just because you're watching it on your television, watching all this news coverage, and it seems to be very similar to a movie you watched once, doesn't mean that this is a movie. This is real life. Um, but I think that in general, people who live in the United States uh, see like the things that happen within our political world um, as being that level of like entertainment for the rest of the world, but doesn't have actually any consequence for the rest of the world. And I'd like to think that one of the reasons why things have gone the way that they have in regards to this election, because I don't really know anybody who's like hardcore they love Joe Biden. What I do know is plenty of people on both sides of the aisle of conservative versus liberal um, who felt that if we continue to enable certain other people, we'd all be dead. Like, that there would be uh, no reason to believe that we could survive as a country. I know I personally was very, very afraid of the idea that, if the president tells the military to do something, does the military have the ability to say no? So I kept trying to remind people that the legality of things, like whether or not a law means anything, is solely based on our agreement to honor what it says. So even from like a global perspective, like as a global community, we acknowledge the borders of our countries are here. Our people speak these languages. We believe in these religions. We, uh, we have certain elements about life that we kind of accept as truth. And one of the things we do as like a partnership in order to coexist with each other is accept the fact that these things are legitimate no matter where you are on the globe. Um, I don't know if that made any sense, but it's, essentially like in order for a law to have any impact, it has to be adhered to, accepted, and that's one of the reasons why like the questions about the legitimacy of our election are considered dangerous, because once you introduce too many questions to that conversation and open up too many doors, eventually if you open too many doors you can't close them back up, and there will always be questions and there will always be doubts, and you will not be able to bring it back from that precipice. So people like me watching where things were going, I was like, I don't want to see what happens or how difficult it would be to recover from what would effectively be, a 4-year dictatorship, which is 100% what I thought like we were heading towards. Um, but now I feel very comforted to watch everybody kind of responding to how things are going, and the vast majority of opinions being that, you know like it or not, this is how we run the country. If you don't like it, then bye. Like people aren't here trying to find excuses for Trump to be able to use all of his whining capacity. Anyway, ramble time. And y'all left me? Did you? Wow. This is so hmm. So I'm still trying to get used to how YouTube displays this information. So I definitely like because so like what happens is it's got a list of participants, and on Twitch you just get to see like everyone who is currently watching your stream. Like you can look at a whole list of people who are viewing you. I haven't found that particular information on YouTube. I have found a participants list, but the participants list only shows people who are chatting, apparently, because you both fell off the participants list while I was rambling about politics just there. And I was like, oh, I must have totally, like, ruined it for them. Like, to just make them go away. um, yeah, man. So, like, Corona was something really weird. Like, my life at the beginning of this year was so surreal. And I guess, from that perspective, Corona was kind of a pleasant surprise. I don't know if you'd be interested to hear why it was surreal at the beginning of this year, but I'm going to allow you guys to tell me whether or not you want to hear that before I go into that story. Um, I do think I'm going to go get another soda, though. So I'm going to be back into shakes. I'm probably going to go to the bathroom too. This time I'm going to remember to mute my microphone. All right. So for one thing, to like kind of touch on what you just said with the coronavirus cases going up, that's another thing that you might end up hearing about Nebraska District 2 for. They actually just issued like a public announcement earlier today Um, One of the poll workers at one of our local districts contracted COVID during the election and is now sick. And so the at least one of our polling locations is now a coronavirus hotspot, which is so crazy. So anyway, um, and regarding vaccines, like I accept that they are important, and I 100% support administering the ones that are, that wipe out polio and stuff. But these kind of seasonal vaccinations are really difficult for me. Like I have a negative reaction to them typically, and I have a lot of skepticism about the development of this one. I don't think that I feel like because we cannot speed past some of these development steps, we would be much better off taking our time and developing it very specifically than um, trying to rush ahead because we're scared. Anyway, to talk about the reference, the story that I was angling at. Um, let's see. Trying to think what all details you would actually need to really understand. But so uh, I have a number of different kind of medical situations that have occurred in my life, and uh, so one of the things that has kind of resulted from that is a hyper awareness of these things, but then also um, some of these things have been. Now I'm getting all flustered. Like I looked down and I was like, I saw that I don't know how it's different from a cold. I'm like, oh my lord, dude. Like I could go on about it, but it is certainly not the same as a cold. The fact that it has neurological impact, um, that in itself separates it from the common cold and is an extremely scary prospect when you think about long-term pre-existing conditions and stuff like that. Because even, what they've definitely demonstrated is that survival does not mean without impact. And there's a lot of people who are suffering for the rest of their lives because of it. I know there's been at least one patient that had to have a double lung transplant after getting COVID, and another person who had acute heart failure and is now waiting for a heart transplant because of their COVID infection. Because COVID not only affects and damages the materials that are in the lungs, but it can also cause effectively myocarditis, which means that the lining around your heart becomes inflamed, and if that occurs to enough of an extent, it will actually kill the tissues of your heart. Anyway, what I was talking about with why COVID fit the narrative of my life. Um, so, like I said, I have a number of different medical situations, and if we continue doing this channel, I'm sure that people will become more familiar with them. Um, they are certainly things that I've talked about in public before, and I have other vlogs and stuff like that. But anyway, at the end of last year, I had this really difficult time with recurring dissociation, um, and like with my, anxiety problem. Um, Quick and easy explanation of what that means is that as a coping mechanism to deal with high anxiety and stress situations, my brain was detaching from reality, like my conscious thoughts and stuff. So I was essentially having blackouts due to anxiety, which was pretty bad. And one of the many reasons was because um, things within like our political structure had escalated to a point where my brain was interpreting things like thunderstorms to be potential like bombings, and I was struggling quite a bit. But um, one of the enduring feelings or thoughts that continued to show up in my brain was this sense of something's coming, something like we have to be getting prepared, we have to be ready, like just like that really deep, intense, like preparation feeling. So then, along comes December 31st, and that's when I started hearing about Wuhan. Now, I think depending on where you're getting your news and where your friends are and stuff, that's going to affect when you're getting the information. But I certainly had information about what was going on in China before the vast majority of the population. So I started wearing a mask in public back in like mid February at the latest. Like it was probably closer to the beginning of February. Um, because once I had heard enough about it, I was like, this is going to be here. And I know the way people around me are, we will not be able to get some people to respectfully adhere to the situation. So I was wearing a mask very, very early. Like I got, uh, a specific kind of scarf and stuff like that. And I bought uh, a few N95s and did some research to figure out where I could get like R95s and R99s and stuff in case I needed to get an alternative source. And this is before anybody had talked about, you know, what we should do here in the United States. So what ended up happening is that when they finally did like acknowledge and announce that coronavirus had made landfall here in the United States, it was relief for me. And I know that sounds really strange, but you got to think about it from the perspective of like I'm experiencing this ongoing sense of doom and fear and this desire to like this compulsion to prepare. And I had no reasonable or logical purpose for doing that at that time at the end of 2019. So when, you know, the whole coronavirus kind of like bloomed and everybody became aware, suddenly all of that feeling made sense. And I'm not saying like that I'm psychic or anything like that. Like I think really at at most I feel like I'm fairly empathetic to the world in general, and probably was sensing something underlying in like news stories that I was reading or um, resources that I was exposing myself to at the time that was ultimately telling me that something was going on. So I don't know. It makes sense to me. I certainly don't like it though. Thankfully, I've only had one situation in which I was scared that I might have contracted it. So I've had a test, but I tested negative. So another day on, right? Exactly. And like I think one of the things that has been real weird for me is like watching how people respond to it. Because at first, they had been pretty clear to say, what we just need everybody to do is sit at home for 2 weeks. Like, let's get everybody stocked up and, like, literally don't go anywhere, don't do anything, sit in your house for 2 weeks. And, statistically speaking, strategically speaking, it should stop this in its tracks, or at least give us an opportunity to uh, evaluate like a plan. And nearly every, a significant portion of people in my life um, acted like that was, like putting them in jail. Like it was the worst thing that you could ever present. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, I feel like the worst thing that you could tell me that I needed to do was shoot my partner in order to survive. Right. And that's something that I actually took issue with. Like, there was a meme that was going around for a while that said, coronavirus is like the introvert Olympics. Like, we've been training for this our entire lives. And I would say that, in general, I would slap myself as an introvert as well. But I started talking about it in a different way, um, reminding people of the importance of checking in on each other. Because when you think about it, like introvert Olympics, it might be funny, but at least for people like me, um, it was pretty devastating in some ways, because it removed the small amount of social interaction that I was dependent on. Um, like, let's see, how do I rephrase it? It's like, I might be a homebody and I might fairly enjoy just kind of being here and doing my thing or whatever. Um, but I like going to the occasional concert, and I haven't been able to do that at all. And I also freely acknowledge that having a job, um, like when I have a job, the social interactions that I have with my coworkers are kind of a vital part of my general like social health and life. And I think that's pretty true for a lot of introverts. Um, in the sense that, an introvert may not need more than 15 minutes of interaction, and they might be able to get that through going to the grocery store and talking to a coworker today. But when you remove those things, it's almost as seriously devastating as it is to a person who has to go out to the bars every night in order to feel fulfilled in their social life. Everybody lost the benefits that they receive from interacting with other people. And humans are social creatures. We might have varying degrees of need when it comes to that socialization. And we might, based on like the levels of needs that we have, some of us can easily fulfill those needs through interactions online like this, and some people can't. Um, but I think it's important to respect the fact that every person experienced a significant change to the way that they filled their social needs. And having a family is pretty vital for a lot of people. I know if I was still living with my parents, like if I was like, what, 20 years younger than I am now, and was subject to still living with my parents, the fact that I was stuck in my parents' house during coronavirus would probably have risked my life. where I live now, I, generally speaking, like we do fine, but there's only two of us. So we still get to these points where we're completely fed up and we need to create space. I think that diversity of social interaction is often really important for people as well. Like, I don't want to, like, I don't know, like, we talked about, professional life and stuff the other night, and, uh, all the things I was talking about in regards to the things that I've studied and the kinds of jobs that I carry. Um, it's completely separate and different from what my partner does. So, like, I can't have those conversations with him. Like, he just kind of, okay, okay. Like, there's not an exchange to be had there. So, um, yeah, I guess, anyway, like, getting back to kind of what I was angling at with, like, the 2 weeks thing. The thing that got to me the most, the thing that annoys me the most is that when they were saying, can you lock down for 2 weeks, people were like, I can maybe do 3 days, but I can't do 2 weeks. And we're complaining, complaining. It wasn't even necessarily just like extroverted people who were complaining, it was just people who didn't want to be told that they couldn't do something. And I do understand not wanting to be told to do things, but I think we have to let the logic and the reason behind it win out over personal comfort when it's absolutely necessary to do so. And there's a lot of people who said, nope, my comfort comes first. And so they prioritized their personal preferences over the long term health of a community. But the part that got really frustrating for me was when we, that 2 week window came and went. And the scientists were pretty honest about it. They said, if we don't do this now, we're screwed. So those 2 weeks came and went, and they said, really, if we try now, we can possibly catch up. So, like, in the next couple of weeks, they were still trying to push that narrative. And then it just got to the point where no matter how hard they pushed, it was going to be indefinite. And the discussion started to become, it's not going to be 2 weeks, it's going to be months. And then it turned into years. And the reason why it did that is because there were the Karens, or, whoever else you want to, identify them as, who insisted that their autonomy was more important than communal benefit. And so they kept making that decision. They kept perpetuating the issue. They kept creating vectors for the way that this can continue spreading. They didn't connect with the fact that the more you let it spread and the wider range of people that it touches, the more likelihood that it'll mutate, and that even if we do create a vaccine, we might be looking at trying to create a vaccine much similar to the flu vaccine, where there are, multiple families of flu, and we're actually trying to guess which families are going to show up this year. And the vaccine doesn't keep you from getting sick, it just makes it so that you don't die when you get sick. But that happens because over time the flu has been able to perpetuate and mutate and jump from zoological sources to human resources, and then back and forth. Like, we've not had control over that, but we're in a place with the coronavirus where we could have had a better control over those mutations, and we still put that autonomy ahead of controlling those mutations. And what pisses me off the most is that now the people who said, I can maybe do 3 days, but definitely not 2 weeks, when the scientists started coming back and saying, okay, well, now since we blew the window of the 2 weeks, Now we're talking about got a lockdown for 3 months. Then it became, well, I mean, if it was just 2 weeks, like I could probably do 2 weeks, but there's certainly no way I could do 3 months. And you want to go, your option and your ability to do 2 weeks was 3 months ago. I mean, now it's way longer than that ago, right? Like, we would have had to do that in March, like immediately as a response. But uh, even people will say, well, like we didn't know, like the president didn't tell us. They said, but there were plenty of resources out there to educate ourselves. Half of the stories that I knew about at the time came from mainstream media. So I don't feel like anybody really had the excuse of not being informed unless they didn't have access to YouTube. Because if you wanted to know what was going on with the global community and you wanted to know what was developing within Wuhan and you wanted to know how to be prepared and how to make sure that you would be safe, you would have been engaging in that information. And the fact that we weren't just tells me again that there's a high level of people who are more concerned about their personal autonomy than they are about making sure that there's a society that will remain for that autonomy to be even worth having. I think that's like what people disconnected from the most is that, like, yeah, Karen, you can sit here and argue with somebody at the front of the grocery store about not wearing a mask, but you're communicating a few different things, not only to the people around you who, like, let's say your neighbor sees you do that, and then later on you're in a position where you have to build communal relationships in order to get resources because everything has fallen into Mad Max territory. And, at the end of the day, you're like, community is survival. You don't necessarily have to always put other people ahead of yourself. If we always did that, then we'd be convincing ourselves that we're never deserving of being a priority. But at the same time, we do have to like recognize that to live in the middle of a city is to live as part of a community. And if we want to be part of a community on any level, we do have to acknowledge that the community has different needs than the individual. And the interesting thing about fake news is the fact that uh, they, it falls into the same line as like we're seeing with the election results, where they're challenging them only in the places that don't agree with their self narrative. Like they've decided that this is what the narrative is supposed to look like. So the only places that they're going to question the results of that narrative are in the places where it doesn't match. Now, I understand, the general idea behind that, but it I think it's really hard to justify um, saying things like, I don't trust the way that the vote was done in this state, but I do trust it in this state. And it seems, I'm like, if you really wanted to fake people out, you wanted to use this strategy, you would choose at least a couple of states that you were winning in order to disguise the fact that you were angling to change the results of the entire thing. But he's not smart, so it's not a very good strategy. But the people who say, oh, CNN or whatever is fake news, like mainstream media, but they don't want, like, they don't acknowledge that Fox News is mainstream media too. I'm sorry, if you've got a channel that runs regular scheduled programming at 6 p.m. to give you the news of the day, like, it's still mainstream media. If you have a public forum in which you have to abide by FCC guidelines and you're concerned about, your rev share and your stock market positioning and all of that stuff. Like, you are the mainstream media. We could discuss anything. I feel like we are already talking about philosophy. Like, basically, so, to kind of rehash it, uh, like I've done some expounding on this bit, but I assume that I'll probably have to tell people about what we're doing here um, fairly often. But anyway, but I don't know if I told you the story behind the Mama Lynn, but um, just to kind of quickly reiterate it, uh, Mama Lynn is something that came up as a part of my college career. Back when I was in college, I lived in the dorms and I kind of built a reputation of being uh, the puzzle lady. Like, I had a couple of different ways that I was known. Like, I was bald and had different colored hair, and I'm also very tall and very recognizable, I guess. So, so people knew a lot of things about me. Yeah, so like the what ended up happening is I was the puzzle lady and I'd sit and do puzzles in the lobby, and what would end up happening is that people would come and sit with me and watch me do the puzzle, or they would dork around with it with me um, to put it together, but ultimately use the time to talk. And I became the person that you could go to for advice about anything, or if you needed help with your writer's block or whatever. And ultimately, one of my friends gave me the nickname of Mama Lynn because she felt like uh, she could come to me in that kind of relationship, I guess, where, it's not really a place of judgment or anything like that. I'm straightforward and blunt, and I'll give you my honest opinion about pretty much anything. I'm not afraid to put my voice to it, I guess. So in the light of everything that's been going on, I kind of got the feeling that maybe there was a group of people out there that could possibly benefit from having a puzzle lady to come talk to every once in a while. So that's why I'm here. Um, Regarding like what can we talk about, the only things that I'll say is, I'm not down with the hate speech, and I'm definitely like not looking to get nasty in that way. Um, so that would be like the only thing I would say was really off limits. It's like I'm not looking to get into arguments. Like with like talking about the coronavirus stuff and my opinion on Biden being elected and stuff. I'm allowed to have that opinion and I'll express it. But if like say a person was asking me those questions specifically so that they could argue with me or call me names or call somebody in the chat names or whatever, like that's just not the vibe that I'm going for. So like go to one of the billions of other random YouTube channels that I know exist where you could be that way. Anyway, if you want to talk about mathematics and philosophy, you're talking about it like in conjunction with each other or separately? Like, are you trying to talk about the philosophy of mathematics? I feel like this is a weird angle. Maybe it's a bad shirt. It's like making me feel chunky. I mean, I am chunky, but I'm feeling extra chunky, I guess. Yep. Now, the goal is that uh, I've been thinking about like what themes would match with what days. Like I want every day to be kind of free form, but I also want to have some guidance to the time spent. So I know I want to have one day where we kind of center around like relationship issues. Um, I want to talk about, I think one of the things that I would want to focus on, like one of the days would be like, physical health, one would be mental health, um, that kind of thing to help guide the conversation. But right now, since we're just getting started and I'm really just trying to get people to participate in the conversation at all, um, I'm much more interested in talking about what you want to talk about or answering questions or what have you. So I guess you could decide if you felt like I was going to give an interesting opinion on something and then you can tell me what it is and I'll do my best to give you an honest response. Especially since today has surprised me. Um, Part of the thought process in that is that I want to challenge. I used to do like a live stream thing on like an app that you would use to meet friends, and uh, there my name was Lynn the storyteller, and so we had this challenge that went out. Like when I went to stream, uh, you could come to the stream, and the challenge was trying to get me to run out of stories because the reality of my life is that I can pretty much find like a personal anecdote or, a discussion to be had about any subject. So it was kind of like a challenge to say, stump me. Find a subject that I can't do that with, or exhaust the level of stories that I have in my brain. Um, so we'd have people come in and bring up a variety of subjects. Got kind of boring after a little while because what ended up happening is a lot, a lot of people came into that particular stream asking about whether or not I believed in ghosts or if I thought aliens were real or, things like that. And so that was certainly a conversation that happened a lot. I was trying to show that person where to put the piece and they just set it down. And I was like, man, I'm trying to help you out here. So what's your challenge, Vanch? I I I don't know if I'm saying that right at all. I hope I'm not being completely offensive. I don't know if you just heard my neck crack, but that was nice. Felt nice. Well, I mean like the focus here is more to like ask me questions or to s- explore subjects uh, with me. So I'm not necessarily saying you tell a story. Um, it's more, like you asked if we could talk mathematics and philosophy, but I'm not 100% sure what you're angling for with that. Um, so I was looking more for a clarification as to like what you were looking to discuss in that. Song, I appreciate you being here. And, like I was saying the other night, like I'm kind of angling for the same later in the evening time frame. Um, I put the links to like the Facebook and stuff in the description. So you'll be able to follow it there. And then when we're doing like, if I send out prompts for asking people what they want to talk about or what times work for them or whatever, it might be something where we can plan a little bit better. Either way, I appreciate you being here and for real, like I hope you have a good night and get some good restfulness in, and I'm sure we'll see each other soon. So if you like to have discussions about mathematics and like the theories backing uh, complex mathematics, like why not start the conversation on your own? Good night. Keep forgetting that the scroll wheel doesn't move the screen. I mean, like it doesn't like make it go up and down. It zooms it. Like what? Just like to keep in mind that like the purpose here is to have, to bring, subjects for discussion that are ultimately like you would be curious about getting kind of a second opinion and not necessarily like, you know, trying to uh, teach something. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can literally ask me anything. So, like, if you want to ask me questions or whatever for a second opinion, like, let's have at it. What do you've got for me? I will say on our first stream that we ever did, I got pretty serious about a couple of, um, I don't know, life experiences or whatever. And so like I'm not afraid to walk into the depths of no return. So if you're wanting to talk about something but it's a little bit sensitive, like you don't want to get too intense into it, like give me the heads up because otherwise you will get my full on opinion about it. Do you feel like they weigh you down? Like, are you trying to get over them because they are bringing you down, or are you trying to create some space there because you want to be more open to different perspectives? Is what worth it? Getting above your thoughts? Why? I mean, I think in general it's good to have a baseline that is neutral, where, like your standard day to day isn't swinging super emotional. But I think there's certainly some danger to be had in trying to edit out things like joy. Um, I guess like my initial question would mostly be like, why? Why would you feel the need to mitigate things like happiness? I can understand why you wouldn't want to feel sad, but sadness is just as much a part of the human experience as happiness or, you know, any number of other emotions that we have. So I think my inclination is to assume that you were gaining a sense of being out of control and you attributed it to having the capacity to feel emotions rather than where those emotions were coming from. So I still don't think that, mitigating happiness necessarily makes it so that you can. I guess the way I read that is that you're looking to maximize uh, what you get out of life, as in like you want to have like this triumphant feeling when you accomplish whatever it is that you're aiming for. But you also stated that you're trying to you're trying to mitigate happiness in order to create neutrality. And frankly, the human mind is not a neutral place. Like, in order to gain proper control over it, it is not to stifle what it means to have it in the first place. It's rather to understand what that experience is and to make sure that the experiences match, to make sure that your emotions match the experiences that you're having in a way that is productive. So I don't think that merely being able to cut off your ability to feel strongly one way or the other about anything is actually gaining true control over your mind. And I don't think that you'll get to any place that is boundaryless with boundaries. Because what's beyond the human mind and beyond the human condition is absolutely boundaryless. If your determination to get there is dependent upon concrete boundaries, you'll never get there because you will always have shackles. You can't. There's there's literally no expression of a healthy human condition that eliminates attachment. Now, if we're talking about it from the perspective like of following something like Buddhism or adhering to the Course in Miracles or something like that, I think that's different. I think it's different to acknowledge the fact that there might not ever be an existential value to the things that you have in this world, and therefore you don't want to have like an emotional connection to your chairs or your house or whatever. But we have to have a sense of attachment on some level in order for us to even continue the life that we have. Regardless of what we got going on, like, you have to be able to look in the mirror and be attached to the person that you see. If you don't have that attachment, then it's like actually like a mental health problem. And if you're insistent on breaking away from the association that you have between yourself and your existence, I would assume that there is a dysfunction going on in your life that is making it so that you are afraid to embrace what it means to actually exist. I don't know how old you are. I know that with me and the things that I've gone through and the experiences I can reflect on, and just the number of years that I've existed so far. Like, I definitely went through a period of time where I felt like life would be easier if I just didn't care. So, spending a lot of time saying, it doesn't matter, I don't care, and trying to make choices within my life that reflected that lack of whatever you want to define it as, like a just trying to break it. I mean, if you're primarily interested in being ascetic because of like a religious standpoint, that would again tie into like trying to adhere to Buddhism or following something like A Course in Miracles. But I don't I don't think that that practice is the same as saying that you're trying to turn off happiness or that you're attempting to disrupt attachment. I think that like let's just use it within like the context of Buddhism and the concept of truly transcending. There's a reason why people refer to ultimate joy as nirvana. And that's not necessarily about a refusal of happiness or a lack of attachment as much as it is about freedom from, you know, earthly bound parts of life. I think that every kind of transcendental religious study that I've touched on or tried to explore myself has um, had a discussion about the importance of being like in the moment, which means that you like when the moment brings happiness, you experience the happiness. When the moment brings sadness, you experience the sadness. The attachment part of it is to say the moment has come and it has gone. I honor the experience in that moment, but in the next moment is its own moment. If it's unexplainable, then why would it have anything to do with the deity? The phrasing itself is saying, I experience unexplainable bliss when I think of a deity. In that sentence, you state why you experience the bliss. It's because you have, like, it's because of your action of thinking about the deity. On one level, you just said that you're trying to eliminate attachment, but what generates that level of joy is the attachment to your feelings with that deity. So if you really truly wanted to sever all sense of attachment, that would include a relationship to a supernatural being. Effectively, you can't have it both ways. I'm not going to tell you one way or the other because, in regards to whether or not it's worth doing, I think it's counterintuitive completely. Like, if you want to continue existing as a human being and actually embracing and giving honor to what it means to exist, which I think is, if you believe in a deity, if a deity exists, if you believe in a creator deity, how disrespectful would it be to say, I know you gave me this existence, but I don't give a shit about it? Then you should probably be working with a professional. Because all you're describing right now is an addiction cycle. So it really doesn't matter what's generating that experience, whether it's a deity or, if, like every time you have a piece of chocolate cake, you have an orgasm. It doesn't mean like you have to just stop having orgasms because, like you identify that maybe that's not a healthy response to be having to it. Well, so far you've been giving me a few different explanations, and what you're explaining to me right now is having a religious delusion that, from my perspective, would certainly mean that you should be speaking with a professional. I don't find it funny at all. I didn't say anything about lunacy, and I'm not, like I've stated more than once, the purpose of this channel is to have a conversation and gain an opinion from somebody who is outside your situation. For you to ask me a question or ask for a story, ask for advice, whatever it is. But I specifically and explicitly stated that I'm not here to be taught. So if you want to discuss in detail your fascination and your you know the full on breadth of the details of your experience, I don't know if real time chat is the right place to be doing that. I've given my opinion on what you've told me about it. I guess, and frankly, giving me more details about what you experience when these things happen won't change my opinion of it. Because at the end of the day, there's no concrete proof that deities even exist. So, really, what you're describing to me is that you've made the decision to attach yourself to a concept that has not been proven. And I would guarantee, or at least not be surprised, that if in response to that you said, I know it because I feel it, I know it because I have this experience, and it's not a viable explanation. Schizophrenic people know things because they experience them. And just because, from like a psychological perspective, we would be sitting here saying that their experience is valid, that just because it does not exist within a realistic or a reality that we can all perceive, doesn't mean that they didn't have the experience. They certainly feel that they had that experience. It doesn't make it true. You keep saying that you want to be free from attachment of the transient, which that doesn't even make any sense because the whole thought process that you're going through right now, or what describing to me, you're saying you want to break attachment, but at the same time you want to have an ultimate attachment. You don't want to have any responsibility over your existence. You want to completely give it over to a deity you have no proof exists. And you want to uh, eliminate the transient, which I think, from a general experience of life perspective, you're not ever going to be able to eliminate transient things completely, and you're not going to find a permanency within the structures that you're describing. If we're going to talk about the creator as being defined as the universe itself, the universe does not have thoughts. You cannot be in constant thought of the creator if the creator does not have thoughts in the first place. I do find it interesting, though, that you would conflate physical laws and the universe, because the universe is finite. Physical laws are things that were definitions we gave, like at least what we understand about physical laws right now are exclusively about things that human beings develop to help explain the experiences and to predict future experiences. So you're really not talking about anything that would actually remove attachment to things that we conceptualize in this existence and world. If you're wanting to elaborate on what your relationship is to your creator being, I would recommend doing so on your own time. I do think it kind of sucks though, because I thought we had a pretty decent vibe going on, but it kind of comes off as being disrespectful. And I suppose, if you open the door to talk about anything, so be it. I just wish that um, there was a little bit more thought put into the decision. I don't think I'm having any problem understanding what you're telling me. I think what the problem ultimately is that what you're looking for is an avenue in which you can talk about this thing that gives you bliss or makes you feel very joyous. But when challenged about the fact that you're saying certain things or describing certain things or denying certain behaviors or experiences that are normal and healthy for humans to have, once you hear my response and you realize, like, I'm not on board, like there's no level of talking to me about it is going to convince me that you have a valid reason for the decision that you're making. The only validity that I see there is that I believe that each human being has the right to decide what kind of life they want to live. But you asked me if it's even worth it. And regardless of what your details are or how you describe it or how you would define it, what you're talking about is absolutely not worth it. And I would consider it being an unhealthy pursuit and would highly recommend that you work with a professional in order to determine the reasons why you have become effectively addicted to the experience that you've created for yourself. Seems like a huge avoidance of reality. If you really don't like your reality to a point where you have to create an entire God delusion in order to avoid experiencing any of it, it's something you should really seriously consider. And, if you're at the point where you decided, no, 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 I'm right, I know this, then what's the point in asking anybody else if it's worth it? Because if you know it so sincerely and distinctly that no amount of discussion is actually going to take purchase, and it's always going to be the other person just not understanding you as the reason why it didn't click, then there's simply no point in having the conversation. And just to be clear, I never once said that you were crazy. I didn't say that you were a lunatic. I didn't use those monikers or those descriptions. You did. I simply stated that I felt you should speak with a professional. I don't care. I literally don't care about what level of pleasure it is or whatever. There are street drugs that are better than orgasm. It doesn't make it healthy for you. Like I said, speak to a professional. Like, masturbation is an active choice. You walk into that situation and you say, I am going to feel this way right now. You create the entire experience. It's completely irrelevant, the details. No outside force is doing that to you. You're doing that to yourself. And like you just said, it's like masturbation. Masturbation being self-stimulation. So you could say that what you're talking about is like spiritual masturbation. You are self-stimulating your experience with a deity. That in itself is not proof that that deity exists. It's not proof that you're right. And it's not proof that it's healthy. From the perspective of a person who acknowledges that the only existence we know for a fact actually exists is the one that we're in right now. And when we evaluate what you're talking about within the context of the existence that we can prove is here, you need help. I'm like, for real, connect with the fact that you're the person who's been calling it lunacy. I lost my game. Mm. Guess anyway. I just thought about something, which is the fact that the way that this video captures it probably would do well for me to display the chat that I'm responding to on the screen. I wonder, do this in real time. You're right, it's absolutely a choice. The choice to believe in a deity versus not having a deity, it's a choice to believe in something you have no evidence for. I happen to fall into the camp to say if you have absolutely zero evidence, like nothing that you could point a person to see, even like I have a lower burden of proof than people like Matt Dillahunty. Like I can accept certain things as being, but I'm also not trying to like argue with apologetics or anything like that. However, if a person wants to use a belief in a deity as justification for a behavior or in order to take away their own personal accountability for the things that they do by saying things like, my God told me to. Well, No, like that doesn't fly. Spirituality is a personal thing that helps a person navigate the world. Like the whole point of it is to help bring clarity and purpose to a life that makes zero sense. And the reason why life makes zero sense is because it's random and chaotic. So we can sit here and say, okay, well, it's random and chaotic, but it has certain predictable measures because of blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, um, we're all confused and we're all just trying to figure out what's real. But what you find is people who say, okay, I'm going to choose to believe in God or a deity or whatever. They're actively saying, I know I don't have reason to believe this. I have no proof to believe. I'm going to choose to believe it anyway because it feels better. If you're choosing like, essentially what you've been describing is, I'm choosing this behavior because it feels good. But you're trying to like convince me that the choice is somehow uh, proof of your, transcending above being a human being. And it just sounds self-serving and unhealthy. It sounds avoidant and miserable, frankly. But even saying that, it absolutely does not change my opinion. And my opinion was given a long time ago. So, who are you truly trying to convince here? Who are you truly asking? You're certainly not asking me, because according to you yourself, you've said, I don't understand, or I'm not connecting with what you're actually describing, and you're failing to be able to get that understanding in place. So if I don't know enough to know anything about the experience on a level that would give my opinion any validity, I'm not sure why you're asking for the first place. But secondly, you've clearly thought about all these questions already, and you've already experienced the doubt. And I would assume probably sadness and frustration attached to the experience itself. And the reason being is that it's not a fulfilling experience, and it's rooted in things that don't exist. You'll far, like, what, I don't even understand, like, how wanting to completely detach yourself from everything except for this obsession with a deity would connect with, like, trying to blow your hopes and dreams out of the water, because it's like hopes and dreams are rooted in an experience that we develop over time within reality. Well, if your entire desire is to just be obsessed with the deity, just do it then. What's stopping you? The only thing that stops you from actually living the life that you're proposing and declaring that you actually want to live is you. So why are you choosing against that? Like, why would it matter at all what a stranger on the internet would say about it? I'm like, I'm 100% sincere, 100% being real with you, that what you're describing is considered, is a potential mental health condition in which I would say you should be evaluated. That's not me saying that you're lunacy, like that you're bordering on lunacy. That was you saying that. It's not me saying that you're insane or that you are actually ill. If anything, you could be completely normal, but just be dealing with the inability to cope. you might find a relief in a whole different way if you allow yourself to acknowledge the experience of despair and then dealing with it. Because one thing that I've learned over my 38 years of life is that avoidance doesn't get you shit. A lot of times avoiding things gets you closer to death than it would have, like, than you would have been if you had just addressed it in the beginning. It could just be, like you're a lot younger than me and you're in a different time frame. I can think about back when I was 19 and what I was going through and thinking and feeling. I can pull up the poetry from that time in my life. It was certainly not, rainbows and unicorns. I'm not sure how that would give me any more clarity because I'm 100% certain you've never met George Harrison ever. Like if you're 19, like I just had a double check, but I'm like, if you're 19, George Harrison is quite possibly, I'm like, you were a couple months old when he died. So how would you possibly be able to say, this is who I relate to? What you relate to, like if you're saying, I relate to George Harrison, but you've absolutely never met him, you've never talked to him, nothing. You have no idea. You don't know that. You literally don't know that. And the reason I can say that with certainty is because you never knew the guy. So the only thing that you are really truly attached to is a description, like whatever description has continued to linger on after his death. And even if it is something like if he wrote a book and you read his book, it's still an edited version of what his spirituality seeking was. If you watched a video where he was describing it, you think that a 5-minute nugget is going to give you enough insight to what the dude experienced for an entire lifetime? No. You can't possibly, like, you can't possibly be certain that you experience what he experienced. Just because the words that he uses to describe what he's seeking seem to connect with you. I could say plenty of words that would probably do the same thing, but I can be pretty certain that we're not talking about the same thing. I will say that I never once heard anyone say that George Harrison was obsessed with a deity. So, there are millions of people who follow the same levels of scripture. Doesn't make it true. And it doesn't mean that you're interpreting it in the same way. if we're all individuals and all able to have our own experiences and all be able to build our own decisions when it comes to things like believing in a deity, it's really presumptuous of you to say, because I read this thing about this guy that I never met before and I identified with it, I'm going to say that he experienced the same spiritual journey that I'm on now. Because the one that, like, I mean, literally, like, if he was in public talking about things in the way that you're talking about it, I'm pretty sure I would have known. Because when I was your age, I'm old enough to have been alive at the same time as him. I dressed up as him for Halloween. Like, I mean, come on. I also think it's inappropriate to justify, a decision to continue a spiritual practice because some celebrity can be referred to. I mean, like, what is that supposed to give me? Your interpretation of a dead man's words telling you that maybe you saw the world somewhat similarly. I mean, that's fine, I guess, but it's certainly, I mean, we're not talking about somebody who is known as a great spiritual leader who, did any of these things. Not even to say that, like, I would take that more seriously, but I would at least be able to acknowledge why a person would look to them for validation of their experiences. But it's not an example. What you used it as is like this, so you say, okay, so it's the closest version to what you're attempting to experience, but you have no personal knowledge of what his experience was. So your conclusion of that is offensive to me because what you should really be saying is the description he used for his journey expresses what the way I see mine. But you have expressed it in such a way where you're putting the two of you on this equal playing ground where it's one for one or close to, where you say, I read what he said or I watched a video or whatever it is and I related to it, and that means his experience was similar to mine. And I just don't think that you can come to that conclusion. And I don't take that as any kind of validating experience. I would rather you either like honestly, like, I don't understand why it even matters. Like, I don't understand why you would want to be trying to define that to me, because it really doesn't matter what I think about it. I think if anything, if I were to like go and look into it a little bit more and find out that George Harrison really was like trying to bequeath his entire human existence over to a deity in an obsessive fashion, all it would do is damage my opinion of George Harrison posthumously, which I think is gross anyway. So, if you enjoy singing praise and worship, so what? Like, go ahead, sing praise and worship. I don't care. It's still not proof of anything. The only thing that it's a proof of is that you are capable of having a physical and emotional reaction to a decision that you made to do something. You're choosing to sing the songs. You have an emotional attachment to the songs. So when you sing the songs, you have an emotional experience. I don't know what you mean by you're not sure it's worth it. Because before you're talking about I'm not sure it's worth it for me to give up my attachments and stuff, and now you seem to be referring to I don't know if it's worth singing praise and worship. And I'm like, well, what's the purpose of singing the praise and worship in the first place? What defines the worth of something is you. You decide whether or not it's worth it. And if you're saying that you're not sure why you're doing it, then stop doing it. Like, nobody's forcing you to do it. Nobody is sitting here saying that you have to have these experiences or frame them in this way. I simply don't see the purpose in continuing to spin in the same cycle when I've already stated to you what you're discussing isn't worth it. Sacrificing life for what? You've given no example of what you would be sacrificing life for. The only thing that you've been talking about is choosing to not live within social structures and everything like that in order to self stimulate. Which, at the end of the day, is probably the most 19-year-old man goal in life that I've ever heard in my entire life. The deity doesn't exist. Like, you've literally already identified that you have no proof that the deity exists. So if you're going to sit here and say, I'm sacrificing myself for this deity, but I don't know if the deity actually exists, then it's certainly not worth doing. Hi, Max. Thanks for coming. We are having an interesting conversation right now about whether or not Von Scheer should sacrifice his life in any level of normalcy for his obsession with a deity and how it makes him feel better than an orgasm. How are you doing today? Are you grazing? Oh, goodness me. One of these days they're going to be like, the other day they were trying to get me to stick your face on the camera because they kept hearing you talk. Because they want to see what Papa looks like. I, you know, I gave you a mention when they brought it up. Like, they asked me if you like played games and stuff, and I described, your whole situation. And if I have a day where we talk exclusively about games, I just might. So Max, the thing is he's already acknowledged that it's borderline reality. He's acknowledged that he has no proof that the deity he is, obsessed with exists, but that he's going to choose. He's choosing to believe that the deity exists. And the reason he's choosing to do that is because it feels good to experience the things that he's experiencing on that deity's behalf. So, you know, uh, it's gonna be it's gonna be an interesting time telling people what it's really about over and over and over. But I just kicked off this week. Right, because you're not interested in an actual spiritual experience. You're framing it around this, like in this, religious context. But the reality of it is that you're just experiencing avoidant behavior and you're addicted to the physical sensations that come with it. I'm not going to keep repeating myself on it. Like, you don't need the deity to actually exist because you think it's perfectly acceptable for you to just choose that the deity exists so that you can have these experiences. So you can have this self masturbatory experience. And at the end of the day, I don't care. Like, nobody else cares about how you're going to beat off to your Jesus or whatever it is. And no amount of saying like George Harrison felt the same way or whoever else inserted here, like all you're doing is trying to justify to yourself that your fuck all attitude is worth it. And you keep asking, is it worth it? I keep saying no. So if you're not going to accept my answer and you're not willing to like even open up the conversation to like explore why or why I would think that you need to go have professional help, then I don't think the conversation has any further place to go. Anyway, Max, today is my second stream. So, um, we're still kind of like developing some things, but there's a general premise as to what's going on here. And um, I'm essentially trying to re enliven something that I did back when I was in college, which was, I had a reputation of being the puzzle lady in the dorm lobby, uh, where I'd always have a puzzle ready to go, and anybody could come and work on it with me. And therefore, like they'd come, sit down, and we'd start working on the puzzle. But the reality of it was is that they were actually looking for someone to bounce thoughts off of, ask questions, get advice, or whatever. Eventually, one of my friends dubbed me Mama Lynn because she felt like she could come to me with a non-judgmental environment and be able to discuss the things she needed to discuss without really being worried about it. And, I guess there are some things about it where it's just like me trying to make myself feel better about the failure of my life recently. But, sorry, I'm distracted, but I keep hearing this sound and I think my cat's messing with something, but I don't see her. Anyway, um, so the whole idea behind the channel is trying to basically create like a digital space for the same purpose. Having a jigsaw puzzle that, we could participate in if we want to. I kind of dork around with them while I'm talking. But essentially, people can come and talk to me about anything. And I'll give my opinion on anything. Um, I'm not a judgmental person, but I'm also not the kind of person who's going to be like, oh, I don't want to hurt your feelings. Like, I'm just going to tell you what's up and, like, how I really feel about it. And like if you're making fun of me, like that's fine, but the the amount of people who would tell you that they've had great positive influence on their life um, is probably more than you would believe. I actually made the decision to do this after, I kind of came up with the idea and then I presented it to my friend that dubbed me Mama Lynn. Like, she did that 16, 17 years ago now. Um, and we're still friends, and she still calls me that to this day. And I told her what I was planning to do, and she got very excited about it in the sense that she was pretty encouraging. So, probably not very excited at all, but lots of exclamation points get exchanged. So, what do you need help with then? Is it a puzzle? I'm really good at logic puzzles. Well, it's not even like you have to ask a question. I was telling them earlier today that, like, another platform that I was on, I went around as Lynn the storyteller because I've had quite a bit of different life experiences. And so, like, the whole goal with that was people could say, well, I want to hear a story about this, and they would give me a subject matter. And then I would be basically free associate what the story would be based on the subject they gave me. I could pretty much find something for just about anything. And so that was kind of the challenge. Well, I can give you legal suggestions in the sense of like I have general knowledge, but I think that anybody who was qualified to give legal advice, as in like an attorney, would need to know first and foremost what state you were in before they could say yes or no. What kind of puzzles are we talking about? Are we talking about actual jigsaw puzzles or like 3D puzzles, or are we talking about more kind of, I don't know, logic traditional, or, I guess, like right now, the puzzle game of choice for the general community falls into like the match three category, which is, annoyingly boring, but at the same time, one that I'll dork around with on a fairly regular basis. But I guess the type of puzzle would really be important. So, okay, so um, clarifying further on that. So, are we talking about like the kind of association that you might see on Law and Order where it would say that this story was inspired by real life events, but at the end of the day, you're not using the names, you're not using the likenesses or whatever, you're using the general uh, event line? Or are you proposing something like um, a true crime, uh, solve the issue and have it be like a lesser known, like murder case or something where you have to figure it out? Okay. I don't know, maybe you could elaborate on that further because where my brain went immediately was um, things like gishwish. I think that's how you say it. Maybe, probably not. Probably just completely butchered it. So you want something that's convincing enough that it would seem like a person would come away from it going, somebody should check that person's background. Make sure there's no skeletons in the closet. Like geocaching kind of thing. Or are you looking at it more on, like an amendment to um, augmented reality games? Dude, I would think it was amazing if, like, what you did was, like, construct a game in which, um, in order to set up the game, you traveled around the country and, like, I've maybe like once every 4 years, 5 years, you would travel around the country and plant, like, skeletons and stuff in different areas. And the, like, goal of the scavenger hunt would be to figure out all the clues and find your way to one of the skeletons. I'm like, did I just totally ruin, like, your game concept? Just, like, totally put it out on the internet. Okay, so I mean, so are you like they're like the um God, I wish I knew exactly how to say it, but like the Gishwish thing, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. I'll give you a second to let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Is your name Mateo? So, uh, I'm probably saying the name completely wrong, but the Gishwish thing that I'm talking about is, it's typically an annual tradition that is spearheaded by, uh God, I'm really terrible with names a lot of the time too. So it's spearheaded by, a celebrity, but essentially it's a list of, tasks that you have to complete, and they range from very easy to extremely hard. And um, so what you do with it is there's competition. It kicks off on a specific day and ends on a specific day. And during that competition, you try to accomplish as many of those tasks as you possibly can by providing proof. And then, based on the amount of accomplishments, like the people who are able to complete the task list are then in a reward state. That's what I thought. How often do people figure out your name? I should get back to like I was about to add the chat onto the screen so that people could see what I was responding to, and then I got distracted. There. Now people can see that I'm not just talking to myself, like there's a whole chat going on. You know, like the only thing that's gonna suck is like when uh when I'm trying to like kick somebody out. But I guess if we're talking about transparency and being honest and stuff, then like having somebody watch themselves get booted in real time would be pretty funny. I if you feel like what I'm doing here is of merit at all, like I, you know, I'm more than happy to accept uh, new views and new conversations and people who are interested in engaging a little bit more with the world. Um, I don't know. I just kind of got this sense with everything that's been going on that there's probably a few people who could use a bit of Mama Lynn. So I definitely identify with that statement. Even from the perspective of like what brought me to start thinking about doing this, it was based solely on, my life experiences as of late. Yeah. Well, hopefully you'll continue to feel that way. But what I was saying though is like, and I told people the other day, but this, I guess like every YouTuber really has a story of like what brought them here, but like it's just awkward to really like I haven't really built the spiel right. So it's just me being awkwardly uh, disjointed. But anyway, um, I did have a full time job that I was working uh, throughout COVID. Like I was working from home and I was really happy with it in a lot of ways. Um, but there were some, I guess you could say there were some difficulties, and last month, the day before my birthday, they let me go. And, um, the reasoning sucked, and it was a serious blow to kind of my current self concept and stuff. I really struggled with it. Um, and so I was trying to think about like how do I bring back a sense of any kind of purpose, like a reason for me to do shit. And um, I was like, what would I like? What were ultimately my goals in life? And I always would say I'm just not interested in being a CEO. I don't have like this goal of being like grossly rich or anything like that. Like I even this last job, like I got to a point where like one of my coworkers told me that he liked coming to me with questions because he was not afraid to look stupid in front of me. And of course, like my response to him is, like I don't consider, exploratory questions to be stupid, and I'm not ever going to think that you're stupid because you're asking me a question. Um, Especially one that's going to help you figure it out, like figure out life. Uh, because if you don't know something, like you should ask it. I think it's more stupid um, to avoid vulnerability. But anyway, um, I was trying to think of like what avenues in my life had brought that kind of feeling or that experience, and then I thought about being the puzzle lady, and it was like the simple like I find puzzles very relaxing and they're very enjoyable for me. So it was like I hadn't been really working on any of them for ages, but I was like, well, why don't I just bring that back? Because even if only one person ever came to the stream, like, as long as the conversation that came from that helped, then I'm still embracing that feeling. You know what I mean? Right. And especially right now, like, I think one of the things that's helped me a lot is being able to see people having conversations about the things that I thought I was the only person to notice. And it's not because you don't think you're the only person because you think you're smarter than anybody else or any of that stuff. I think we default to this assumption that there must be something wrong with us because everybody else seems to be perfectly fine and happy or not confused or being able to function. Or like for me with the job, I was like, why is it that I don't fit in corporate structures ever? Like I could sit here and do everything that I think you're telling me to do and you still tell me I'm doing it wrong. Help me. But recently it kind of just like turned on in my head that I was like, it's okay to not fit that structure, and there are plenty of people who never fit that structure who live happy and fulfilling lives. So ultimately it's me making the insistence. And if I give myself permission to not pursue this structure that I've already said I'm not interested in and I don't want to do, like, wouldn't I ultimately be happier? And, even though it's been a very short amount of time, like, just giving that permission to explore the possibility of just being myself within the context that I feel most comfortable has been very relaxing, um, and has led me to develop a few theories about the origins of anxiety, but that's a whole nother conversation. been there too. Not in a pizza place specifically, but more. See, like I'm the kind of person who I usually what happens to me when I get jobs is um, my credentials on paper look impressive, and uh, so that I walk into the door, and then it's gotten better, but I used to get some shit for the fact that I don't keep a real um, traditional look to me and stuff. And my cat is in a box just having a field day right now. So if you hear anything, that's her. Um, but what happens with me with the job is that my credentials look impressive. Then I walk in and I have the appearance of somebody who's going to be like almost like a diversity hire, but I've got I'm pale as hell look to me. So it's like I got this kind of alternative fun. I'll be the creative chick. And so they get excited, especially when I start talking about like what that means within the context of things like client relationships or even customer service. And then I get into something and I learn everything I possibly can, and I end up having like this wide breadth of technical knowledge and all of this stuff. So then people start trying to gear me towards a management position, and I end up in either one of two camps. Either they have me doing everything I possibly could do within the manager position, but not being rewarded with the salary or the recognition, which ends up making me super frustrated. Or they get super frustrated because my alternative package actually had an alternative person in it. So, like, I don't understand how to navigate within corporate structures, and I've accepted that at 38 years old, like, I'm probably not about to like suddenly figure it out. That's hard, man. I hope you figure it out though. Like, I'm sorry I was kind of rambling and not being properly uh recognizing, or however you would put it. Weirdo. Well, so that's certainly something that like a lot of people have kind of, when I start talking about that, like one of the most common responses that I get from people is that you shouldn't care what other people think. And I feel like the way that I live my life kind of identifies that the majority of the time when I'm making decisions that are solely for myself, like I don't care. Like I don't care if you think I'm pretty. I don't care if you like my hair color or the way I cut it or the type of music that I like, or whatever. I really don't care. But within the context of that corporate structure, you will fail every time if you don't recognize the structure. And by like recognizing the structure requires you to care about what other people think, because it's their evaluation that decides whether or not you succeed. Like, you cannot obtain a promotion if your boss thinks that you should not be promoted. So if that's where your goals are, if that's what you're trying to do and develop, then you care. Just like in your situation where you're trying to figure out the movement out of homelessness. Well, while having a job And, being managerial is nice. If you don't have the recognition of the managerial role, then you're also not getting, potentially not getting paid what you should be paid for the job that you're doing. And you just stated that the cheapest rent you could find in your area is $100 to $200 more a month than what you make. But if you pursued what you would make as a store manager, for example, would you suddenly be able to afford the cost of a place to live? Possibly. But it's a decision that you make as to what your priority is going to be right now. And so if you think that you'll be more successful in long-term home havingness, I don't know what like the real opposite of homelessness would be. Habitating, um, but if you think that the better path for that remedy is for you to like crash on friends' couches or live in your car or whatever it is that you're doing right now, if you think that's better because you understand the full breadth of your circumstances, and you would be risking more to be taking on the fight for a manager level job, um, than you are by just dealing with your circumstances right now. Like, I can recognize that, but I would say it's a valid question to ask yourself. Do you think that that's exclusively because of COVID, or do you think it's because the company is not viable? Well, I think one of the other questions that I would ask is, why the loyalty? Yeah, so like I understand that you might consider the company to be great and winter is slower, but a viable company, in theory, should be able to give you $1 more an hour over a minimum wage. If you're working full time and handling managerial level work and you're making minimum wage. Now, I'm not sure where you're at, so I don't know what minimum wage really is, but like minimum wage where I'm at is $9 an hour. When I moved out of my parents' house, I made $8.25 an hour. It was tough, but I made it happen. And so like you can make it work with that low of money, but like let's say you are making uh 7.25 an hour doing all of this stuff, and you're saying, okay, well, the company is great, but they can't afford to give me $1 more an hour for a full-time wage earner, which would be another $160, which would at least put you in a position of being able to share rent. So you're not really making minimum wage then. You have maybe a wage per hour that is equal to minimum wage, but the concept of minimum wage, um, the while I'm sure there are people who would disagree with me, the concept of minimum wage is that it is a wage meant for it to be 40 hours a week. The minimum you should be paid for 40 hours a week. Now, I would say then that if you are big into making pizza and you want to cook moving forward, like I'll tell you right now, like that's how my brother got started in being a chef. Like he didn't go to school for it or anything. He actually started as a pizza delivery driver, and the reason he started making pizza is because he got into a car accident that totaled his car, and they decided to give him the opportunity to learn how to make pizza. And then he pursued that and continued that to the point where then he got a position with another place where he learned how to make pastries, and then uh, he just has kind of gone from place to place, which is one of the nice things about learning how to cook, is that you can pretty much pick up anything anywhere. Like there's always going to be somebody who's trying to find somebody who can cook. And the decision ends up being, do you want to cook? Thanks. She just hit me in the face. So I know this is gonna be a shady recommendation. I'm not really recommending this, but the one time that I actually moved into a place with a roommate that I met like randomly publicly, who was effectively a stranger when I moved in. I met him through Craigslist. What I did on Craigslist is I actually wrote essentially a personal ad for myself where I said, I'm looking for a place to live. This is my criteria. This is why I'm focusing on this. Gave them a really, I said, I'm looking for a flat rate of $500 because I'm trying to recover my credit, blah, 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 right? But I described myself as best as I could, tried to be pretty honest, and asked that people contact me if I sounded like I might be a good fit as a roommate. And I ended up getting contacted by this guy uh, who the first thing he said to me was that he did not list his house as being open for roommates because he had so many people that were weird that he was concerned about people knowing where he lived because he was actually a fairly popular local musician. And I very quickly, we figured it out. Um, Soon after that, like his dog ended up being really, really comfortable with me, which was like a rarity apparently, and all of this other stuff. And we ended up being roommates for a while, and he's he became one of my favorite people of all time. So I guess my point being, like, Craigslist has its horror stories too, but you could end up meeting your new best friend. So I feel like random strangers that look around on who was live today are gonna be like, um, they're eventually gonna spot my streams and be like, wow, like be really kind of surprised. This is probably, new stream um, enjoyment or whatever you want to call it, but like Oh, yeah, I didn't put it in the actual personals area. I put it in like looking for a home area. Cause like, yeah, I guess they kind of put that in the personal ad area. But it is sad. I used to go on there, like that used to be one of the things that I did to kill time was go in the, you know, personal ads on Craigslist just to see just all this terribleness. Well, I think like I'm thinking more like I had just looked up to see like what my run time is. So today I'm at almost 4 hours that I've been sitting here talking to whoever decided to show up. And just like the first day, like the first hour, hour and a half, I was here by myself and just kind of talking, free associating. And then there's a person who showed up on my first day and they immediately subscribed and came back today. You know, that's cool. I'm kind of like once they allow me to post it again, like you if you ever get so curious as to go look at it, my Patreon page essentially is like I describe myself as a Jill of all trades, um, where I'm basically using my Patreon as a bucket to collect from various different endeavors, uh, because I do get into a lot of different things. Um, I I'm kind of deviating from it now, but for like the last maybe 15 years or so, like I was functioning almost exclusively under a specific brand name, um, that I had developed for myself. And for a very long time, if you Googled that, you would get the page that had like you had my demos, you had my writing, you had my publications, you would get my .com, you would get access to my LinkedIn, and you would get access to um, the consultancy that I own and all of this other stuff. Like it was basically the first 3 pages of the Google search would be me. And that was pretty cool, but over time stuff like that ends up becoming part of general nomenclature anyway, and so other people started like the brand name I was using ended up being adopted as like the one of the scientific name pieces for like this eel. And that's interesting in itself, but I certainly didn't name myself after a deep sea eel. So I guess what I'm really trying to say is that I'm super interested in the idea of collaboration. One of the reasons why I'm even like in this conversational realm is because on a certain level I would like to join the conversation that I've been witnessing to for the last couple of months. And like I just have felt super compelled to be a part of the conversation and not just be a witness. For sure. I probably should leave too and finish my dinner, but I really appreciate you showing up tonight, and I hope you have decided to subscribe and that you'll show up later. And good luck with your pizza, man. If I find out you live like in my city, like I'll be like, "Where's my pizza?" My cat is going crazy. I see you. I see you. So am I here by myself or what? Because it's telling me that right now there's somebody else watching, but I don't know who it is. It's still you, Vansh. I hope whoever it is will respond. Like, let's have a conversation. That last note was nice. I have a song stuck in my head again. Freaking Party in the USA. Ugh, did it again. It's still telling me one person. Who's the one person? Well, I think this is probably a natural end for the night, so I am going to go ahead and wrap. Now that we have hit 4 hours, I think we can probably all say good night. So, um, I guess we'll say, for anybody who hung out with me tonight, I really appreciate it. I hope that the conversations that have been existing, um, or that have occurred have been at least somewhat entertaining or enlightening or whatever it is that you're actually looking for. Um, at the end of the day, my sole focus is to give people the opportunity and the avenue in which they can get that, you know, as Mateo was just saying, sometimes a stranger has better answer than we have for ourselves. And so I'm trying to help people connect with where that information might come from. I'm happy to be your stranger. I'm happy to be Mama Lynn. And I look forward to y'all continuing to be part of my gaggle of kids, I guess you could say. So until next time, which will probably be either tomorrow or Tuesday, I do kind of have a general plan on being available for people to chat and stuff nearly every day. So you should be able to find me somewhere in the live chats um, starting around 8 Central Time. And until then, if you watch through this, if you're hearing this, if you're looking to go to bed or whatever, um, your subscription, likes,